Hello, team. Welcome to the all hands meeting. Sorry to take you away from whatever work you were doing, but we have more pressing matters to attend to right now. We need to draw something. We need to draw. It hasn't been happening. And that's a responsibility to. I'm not assigning blame here. That's not the point of this meeting. We're not here to point fingers. We're not here to sign some paperwork. We're here to do a root cause analysis of the issue and try and better ourselves so it doesn't happen again. Right? Human error, operator error, perhaps, is not an acceptable branch on the Ishikawa diagram. So we got to try harder. Okay? Welcome to the stream. I was watching Ihara's. It's not his debut. His VTuber debut as Mua. It's his first non-debut stream. So very happy for that dude. If you haven't watched any of that, that's something you should put on your to-do list because he's a very well done model that he drew and rigged himself. And we just had a stream where we were figuring out what the fan name / identity was. I don't know where this is all going, but God damn it, I'm excited. Mr. Rabbit VTuber debut when? Oh Christ. Here's the thing. I don't think that anything that any form of content that I produce could be like improved in any meaningful way by having an anime avatar, you know? I don't know. Also, any route to me doing that would either be me learning how to do that, which I've made one before, but it wasn't good, or paying for it, and I don't think I'm not in a place right now where I have the audience numbers sufficient to justify such a move. You know what I'm saying? I have a day job, you know? I work tomorrow. What am I gonna do? Anyway, the idea today is to try and... It's not so much a sketch redemption stream, although there might be some of that. It's a... God damn it. Do some work on your whips. It's a whip day. Is what it is. This is literally... This is fucking embarrassing. This is a project I started on a stream in January 26th. It's right there in the file name, guys. Team, it's April 13th. Team, what am I supposed to do with that? So the other projects we could possibly work on. This is a Mua sketch that I started yesterday, maybe the day before. God, what day is it? It's Sunday. Maybe it was yesterday. I'm not really sure. But there's some promise here. Maybe rework a couple things, but I think this could be something. It could, and it's timely. And then this is one that, this was actually an Inktober drawing from last year that I started doing the recolor thing too. And it could be done, like I could call it done right now, but I don't think it's done. I could add just a couple of things and call it good. I don't know. Maybe just change some values, change some colors, add some highlights type thing. And also decide if I want to have some light streaming in from the back, which I think I do. We'll see. Don't do that. Don't do that. I did that. Fuck, I wasn't looking. 126, 412. Where the fuck did it go? There it is. It's okay, Mr. Rabbit. I always make sure I drag out my week-long projects at work to about a month or so. I'm currently in the middle of doing so right now. That's, you know, more power to you, Tony. What do they call that? There's a term for it, but it's like corporate Parkinson's or something like that. Or if you're given a deadline for a project, it doesn't matter how far out it is, that's how long it will take you to do the work. And you'll find some way to make it that way, even if it's unconscious. It's an unconscious effect. That's how people do things. I'm so swamped at work right now, and I have been for the past like couple of months, that I don't have any long-term projects. Or if I do, they're all on hold, because the day in, day out is such that I have a 2-week lead time requirement for most of the work that I do. So if I get in a sample 10 business days from then is when I need to report results for the analysis. I work in a lab, by the way. Corporate Parkinson sounds about right. Yeah, I think it's something like that. I don't know if that's the exact phrase, but so usually if I have nothing else going on, I'm able to turn around a sample in a few days. If that, I could do them in 2 if I had nothing else going on. But, of course, I don't have nothing else going on. I have a backlog. So, when a bunch of samples show up, I've got 2 weeks to get through it. I've got a list. And I can't run those that day because I'm running samples from close to 2 weeks ago. Because there's so many of them. So I get them on the instrument and I'm reporting data that's due today from the sample I got 2 weeks ago. And it's just been that over and over for like months, since February, I want to say. So I got no projects. I'm operating at peak efficiency. What did I want to do? Probably just do some stupid sketches of warm-up. This is not how you're supposed to do warm-ups, I'm told. But I'm going to do it anyway. I'm a terrible, terrible boy. I know no other way to draw. So, you know. You live and you don't learn. And after that, we're going to try and finish one of these other drawings. I just want to not sacrifice one of them. Be frustrated with this drawing. And hopefully not frustrated so much with the other ones. A lab sounds very scientific. You could say so. What am I doing here? What am I doing here? Calm down. How are you doing today, Tony? I know the meeting was on short notice, so I applaud you for being here on time. Doing all right, I think. That's good. Recently bought a little kit from a company called Metal Earth. It's essentially a steel model kit to build a fighter jet. Very small. I'm not good with my hands. Well, perhaps this is an opportunity to improve in that aspect. But that sounds cool. So that's sort of like Legos for people who want more of a challenge. It draws shapes. It's fine. Not a good eye shape. No. This sketch character is going to be very, very angry, or very suspicious anyway. I did not stream on Friday, like I may have normally done. I was out of town. I think I probably mentioned that last week. Optioning my stream today, you know? doing a multi-day conference where I was teaching some teenagers how to run a committee. I don't know if I was on my game, you know? I think I told them all the things I was supposed to tell them, but I don't know if it was as eloquently as I could have. But also, it's not like the marginal value of me having been on my game and saying all of the correct things perfectly is not very high, because they're not going to absorb very much information from what I told them. And that's fine. That's okay. I did my due diligence, or maybe I didn't do my due diligence, but I at least did my job. Speaking of, I still need to like submit time for that, because that was in fact my job. One of them, anyway. That sounds cool. Eh? Teenagers, man. Hate them or loathe them. You certainly can't like them. Ah, they're smart. They're smart teenagers, you know? Among the smarter ones, anyway. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Yeah, what the hell was I doing? No! There we go. Be back on a few, team lead. All right. Well, I'll make sure and take notes for you. What Die Hard stream and they were talking about Ava. Now it just seems like they're talking about random anime. It's good stuff. Okay. Let's just cap this off real quick. I feel like this is the speed, literally, that I should be using for my requests. For some reason, I can't get out of the headspace of, like, I want to do a good drawing, though. It's tough out here. Don't think that complements it very well, actually. That's closer. Maybe we'll just go with blue. Or more pronounced teal? Why don't I like any of those? That's wild. That's pretty wild. Hang on. One of them. I am missing a couple things. Okay, let's hit it with a hard light layer. Everybody loves a hard light layer. God, it looks like dog shit. It's fine. It's a warm-up. Clip is dying. Come on. Doesn't make sense. What are you doing? Okay. It's fine. That's okay. Where the hell is... Okay. Give me a hard light. What? What? Work. Damn it. There we go. You're back. Welcome back. I'm on fingertip blend. I don't need that in my life. Grandma fell down the stairs. Oh. Okay. Well, good on you for figuring that situation out. Was she in fact still kicking? She was! A lot of spirit. Okay, good. Good to hear. Acceptable leave of absence. Come on, Clip Studio. You got this. Okay. For a second, I thought it didn't have this. Do I not have an overlay? Come on. What are we doing? Quick sketch warm-up is what we're doing, I guess. Okay. Gotta color correct real quick. Okay. Work. Work. There we go. It's a fine color. It's okay. It's fine. Where's my line art? There it is. Where's the sketch? There it is. Perfect. Christine! Welcome to the stream. I decided I hadn't drawn in a while, and that was kind of unacceptable, so we're fixing that. This is a warm-up. Don't pay no mind. Where is my mask? There it is. Okay. Oh, the sirens are not in the song that I'm listening to. Gotcha. Got a couple of longer-term whips. Which is to say things I should have finished a very long time ago, but never went back to. That hopefully I will make a dent in, or maybe I'll finish one or two of them today. Who knows? The sky's the limit. I should probably replace the nib. It's basically gone. Yada yada yada. Okay. What the fuck happened here? This is unacceptable. I nudged the brush size on my primary line art brush, and I never know what size I keep it at by default, so I guess we're stuck like this. Tyler and I are watching you. Why do you gotta say it like that? Huh. Goodness. Well, I'm sure this is very exciting. What the fuck is even going on here? What are you doing? Okay, sure, whatever. Good warm-up. Way to go, everybody. Easy clap. Because we are? We're outside your window? Let us in? No. No siree. No siree, Bob. That's how they get you. Alright, so we've got a couple other things I wanted to actually work on today. I'm not going to do this the justice of doing chromatic aberration / film grain, you know? There's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do for this drawing that'll make it worth anything. That's the point. That's the point. And yet, what am I doing right now? Hold on. What am I doing? More. And just grab that, and we'll go with a blue. Yes. Sure. Rude? Well, you could be vampires. And it sounds very much like you are. So, sucks to suck, I guess. In a world where vampires are relegated as the second class, like, caste, I guess. Folks who are, you know, anti-vampire, they're picketing, they got signs, they're marching, it says sucks to suck on there. There you go. That's a free one, you can have it. Okay, so I think I'm gonna work on, well fuck, what am I guess I'll work on this one. What even is this layer? What is it doing? Nothing? Okay. That means it's free. If it's free, it's for me. Hello! Hello, iHeart. Welcome. Hope your stream finished well. It looked like you were you're late. It looks as though you were still talking about random anime by the time I left. Well, in the time between when I left the stream and when you've arrived, I did this as a warm-up. So now we're moving on to a few other projects that should be done by now. One is this, which is an Inktober recolor. One is this, which is, if you look at the file name, which you probably can't read, I started on January 26th, and I have yet to make any progress on. And I'd like to, but here we are. And this is a Mua sketch that I did yesterday. And I think it has promise, you know? Thought I remembered that one with the walker. Yeah, I thought it was nice. I liked it. I'm just basically going in here and adding a little bit of depth. I don't want it to be too colorful, because I don't think that's the point, but I don't know, I might add some sunlight coming in over the mountains back there. We'll see. We'll see. Holy composition, Batman! Yeah, I can't do composition for shit in digital art, but for some reason with the pen and paper and a time limit, I happen to know what I'm doing, I guess. So what to do? That's what it looks like without the fog. Maybe there's some value in increasing the value. You might say. New here, art looking pretty good. Welcome, Veru-san. Thank you very much, actually. You know, Christ, it'd be cool if I had one of these, you know, rotating, here's the art that I do, slideshows somewhere on my overlay, so I don't have to, you know, reintroduce myself to everybody. I like the fog. I like it too. It's just a question of how much. How much fog? And also, do I want to like do some aftermarket foreground stuff? I think I'm entitled to that. I think I could do that if I wanted to. You know, such as random. It's not dark enough. Work, damn it. Okay. This is pure black, in fact, so that might be a little bit too dark, but just so that we know what we're working with. Fucking hell. Okay. I'm gonna replace the nib right now because like I can't do this. I can't fucking do this anymore. Okay. Where are my new ones? There you are. How's everybody doing? Alright. How's the team? Yeah. Oh shit, come on. Reloaded. Good. Is the nib falling out? I learned a hack for that. No, the nib is not falling out. It's just, I'm not be able to actually show this to you. But it's grinding such, it's at, you know, an angle. I have a textured screen protector. So it just eats through the nibs so much that it grinds it down at this angle so that now sometimes I just don't get an input when I drag my pen across. It just doesn't register. That's a little bit unacceptable to me personally. What the hell was I doing though? It's like, yeah, tree? Fuck. What the fuck? Fucking shit fuck. What? Oh god, now it's Clip Studio. Worn down, yes. Big oof. Massive oof. Just, you can see what I'm getting at here, though, right? This is standard fare for my compositions now. Just throw some shit in the foreground, whether it be trees or... No, trees don't work like that. What are you doing? You stupid piece of shit. Trees, shrubs, other things of this nature, and then blur it out, because you're cool like that. Well, iHeart, what do you have on the schedule? You have a schedule? What's the next event on the Stop Redebut train? Gotta have like a Duolingo stream or something, right? And then eventually you'll do like a collab. You know, once you've had enough streams to establish your own identity, right? Okay, this branch over here is bad. The other one's fine. I think it's fine. Right now, not yet. It's probably Dark Souls or something on Thursday. Sounds fun. You said you were thinking about doing a challenge run or something. Are you, you narrowed in on something that you want to try? I was almost going to try and finish some challenge runs today, but I need to draw. My identity is wannabe VTuber. Wannabe tuber. That's good. That's something. looks stupid. Okay. Wait, I missed that, my bad. Were you asking about the game on Thursday? Yes. You said Dark Souls, and I think earlier you mentioned you were thinking about, or you were interested in doing a challenge run of some sort. Like a 1 HP, 1 stamina type stupid thing. Okay, are we getting away with this? I think we might be getting away with this. Need some reed canary grass in here. That's not what that looks like. You stupid piece of shit. Have fun, gonna pop off. Well, thanks for tuning in, and I'll see ya. Perhaps on a hike, or perhaps at the D&D table. Also, we should do another Discord hang with the group. Haven't decided between SL1 and 1 HP or no heals. No heals. SL1's pretty fun, and it's actually not that hard as far as challenge runs go. I feel like I say that I haven't finished mine, and I just had an entire stream where I was struggling against one boss. That's fine. I'm not sure whether or not a no heals run would be easier or harder than an SL1. I think it would be easier. So you could stack vitality, and then basically you're just trying to, like, not necessarily no-hit the bosses, but like minimum hit the bosses. No heals feels like the easiest of the three. Yeah, I think so. I feel like Manus would still be difficult, but Manus is difficult for pretty much any challenge run. I feel like as soon as I start my Deathless run up again, I'm gonna, like, die immediately. I'll probably fall off of something in Sen's Fortress. It'll probably be really embarrassing. Like, one of the first, like... You know, actually what's gonna happen is those lizards are gonna kill me immediately. I won't even get to the swinging axe death traps. I'll just die to the first set of lizards. Probably. If I get through that, and get myself a plus 15 weapon, I think Ornstein and Smo aren't that hard if you have a plus 15. It's just that you usually wouldn't have one, and I have to do something in order to make that happen. I think Iron Golem is fairly easy, even if I'm not doing the cheese. Again, I guess I just gotta figure out the Duke skip. And also how to cheese Bed of Chaos. That doesn't look too hard. Gravity is always the worst. Gravity is gonna be the way it ends. Like, mark my fucking words. And gravity is the most merciless of foes, so it's probably okay. It's an honorable death. Okay, so that this all does add something to the drawing. I think it adds some dark splotches in the front, which is grand. We love that. I can see adding a tiny bit of stuffs in front. Sure. Now, if we take this, I don't have a selection, and we throw a Gaussian blur on here. Pretty strong one. You know, it's almost as though it's actually the shapes it's supposed to be. Unbelievable. Absolutely unreal, unhinged, uncensored. Now, I don't think I did the reflections right in the original drawing. My God. So we're going to endeavor to do them a little bit better. I think mainly what I have to do is take this guy, and it doesn't need to be a perfect. Why is my tolerance so fucking high? Bro. Why is my fucking tolerance so fucking high? The fuck? So we take this, and then we make sure any important defining features are included. Although it's not really important. So what we're gonna do is, well, shit. I guess I have to take all of it. I have to take all of it? How do I do this? So we take all of it. Maybe not that stuff. In fact, definitely not that stuff. But all of this, I think. Take all of this. Maybe not the fog. Fuck. What does that layer even do? Unclear. And then we copy paste. And I take all of the layers that are pertinent there. The ones that all say copy. I'm going to merge these. Put it underneath the fog. Now it just looks like we're doubling up on that, which is good. I mean, not that in itself, it just means I think I've done this right. Like so. More or less. It's gotta be there. But it's not like that, actually, right? Is it? Somebody who knows physics, help. Where's my G? Why isn't it working? Terrible. No, it's because it's shift, okay. I'm going to take a selection here. First off, apply. I don't know. Yeah, thanks. I want... What the fuck? I told you to do something. There we go. Not that. Hold on, why is it that? There we go. Yeesh. Yeah, we take that. I think apply the mask here. Shit, what? That didn't make sense. It puts it just underneath the line art, which is funny. It's not exactly what I need. If I hit layer mask, it's doing the opposite of what I want it to do. Okay, so flip. And now layer mask. What's my angle? Something. $90? It's not really doing what I want it to. 180? It's because I have a selection? Yeah, that's probably it. Or I'm doing it on the mask. Ionic Matrix Designs. I heard him mention dropping in, so you are. Well, it's fantastic. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. Fellow Inkblot of the Inkwell. Welcome. I'm working on... I know it looks weird right now, but this is an Inktober piece, or it was. If I take that off now, if I do this, that's a little bit better, slightly. I don't know why I did this with a mask. I shouldn't have done it with a mask. But what I can do is apply mask to layer, and then it's not a mask anymore, right? I just have to be okay with it. This place is looking pretty cool. Nice, thank you. I think so too. Actually, I don't know if that's true. Relevant. This is a Mua sketch. I might get to that today. I don't know. Jesus, 8:52. I mean, it's a late stream, and I have work tomorrow. I don't know what I was thinking necessarily. Here's some art. Woo! This was I did in the first like 20 minutes of the stream. Okay. Where's my apply mask to layer button? There it is. Boom. So now if I go blur, motion blur, it doesn't care about the mask. Whoa! Okay. Alright, that's cool, I guess. It doesn't exactly do what I want it to, but it's like in the ballpark, you know? So there's some weird artifacts near the character. So if I can take the fingertip blur, maybe fix that up. Motherfucker. Okay. This is a family-friendly stream. It always has been. I feel like I recognize your name, so I probably have seen you in the stream before. Not my stream, but... and indeed, on the first, usually Friday, but the first stream of the month, I will do an art request raffle. If the Wheel of Doom selects you to receive an art request, you can request one. I will draw it on stream. And you'll be the proud recipient of some really quick and sometimes very shitty looking art of a character or your OC, you know? I think that's the dream. I think that's what the kids want, right? Okay, okay, okay. Let's do this. On top of this layer, let's do another one of these maneuvers. Shit, fuck, come on. Okay, that's interesting, right? What the fuck is going on? Yeah. Can confirm, it is really quick and sometimes shitty. See, my loyal followers are nothing if not honest. The team, if you will. You may have noticed this is an all-hands meeting to determine next steps with respect to making sure that DyingRabbit actually draws. Okay, where is the... am I simply defining this over here? I guess so. I can do better. I can do better than that. Probably. Or I could just draw it on top over here. You know? Work, please. Why isn't it work? That's why. I think the thing that's been holding me back on finishing this one has been the fact that it's very reflection heavy. And if I wanted to do right by this drawing or even improve it in any meaningful way, I would need to do the reflections really well. Or at least not terribly, you know? I don't know, that's something. Perhaps. We'll probably put another... I don't know, I like the values. I don't want to fuck with the mid-ground too much. Well, I will only say my OC is like Ihara's, very footy focused. Understood. I am limited in some sense as to what I can draw on a live stream, of course. But some accommodations can be made. Values are clean. I think so too. I don't want to fuck with it. I'll put some noise in between, but I could do rain and some particles, I think. And maybe we think that this is fine. Yeah. And less of that. Okay. I do have one that's more tame. Perfect. Perfect. I also do commissions, which I'm not necessarily limited by what I can stream. Sometimes drawing stuff that's borderline even on Twitch can get you slapped. Yeah, I think I'm pretty good at not getting slapped. Although maybe YouTube has just decided wholesale that my streams are not worth pushing to anybody. That's possible. Maybe that's true and I just don't know it. Okay. What do I need to do? What is the prime directive here? That's funny. What if I made this an overlay? No. A normal layer. I changed the luminosity and saturation. And then decrease the opacity. I don't think that does what I want it to do, but hey, it's a good guess and check situation. I'll figure something else out there. Could just go with like a neon effect. Okay, well, this is interesting. Honestly, I kind of wonder if foot art is even technically allowed on Twitch. There's a bit in the TOS that suggests it might not be, but I've never had any issues. Well, gee. I feel like you'd probably know better than most. I think here, again, what we do is we, where's my oil paintbrush? There it is. Well, probably the normal layer. That might be too much. Fingertip. Go away, navigator. Or don't go away, just go back to where you were. Yeah. That's pretty intense. I don't know, but we'll keep it for now. It is, if you look at the rules in depth, it's usually what surrounds them that gets people in trouble, or if the focus is there for way too long. One of the reasons foot cam girls don't really show their feet there anymore. Crazy. Wild, in fact. Saw someone get slapped for showing feet, I think, but also she accidentally flashed her panties, so who knows? Deep lore. You'd have to, I don't know, I guess you'd have to be Twitch staff to know. My fault for drawing kind of a sensitive pose, though. Which step don't care. No feet allowed on Twitch? We used to be a proper country. Okay, give me a color dodge, perhaps. Maybe just normal. Overlay? No. I guess color dodge. Might be a bit of a subtle effect, but you know, it's something. You know, I probably need to change the reflection. Huh. Here's my blender. There we go. I don't know if that's doing what I want it to, but it's interesting anyway. Well, actually, what you're supposed to do here, right, is and what I'll do here is just literally grab this and make a normal layer. Come on. So I have a light source. So this should be propagating, right? Like this? Like it's the sun? Or something silly like that? Reflections are weird, man. Give me the square brush. Stop fucking around. Okay, and now I'll blur that. Not quite as much, though. Sure. Sure. Yeah, I just think that these beams of light are like way too intense. I'll just get in here with the square brush and tighten them up a bit. Give them a trim, you could say. And reblend this. Only to a point, though. That looks better. All right. I will have another layer here. I'll make it an overlay, just so it's easier to calibrate. Never mind. I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, we gotta be very careful with this layer because I've got good values. I don't want to fuck with them. I don't know why this is the way that it is. Do I have a hard light coming in here? Yeah. Okay, let's do some rain, I guess. Color dodge. There's this brush that does rain, and I have no fucking idea how it works. So I'm just gonna pretend I know how it works. Like, what the fuck is that? You know, what did that even do? I don't even know. Gap of line brush size, perhaps? Oh god. You could decrease the gap. Reference position, starting point, ending point, middle point. Gap of from reference position. Absolutely wild. I don't know. I'm gonna make it bright red so it's easy to see. Hopefully. This is a color dodge layer though. Okay. But why, when I make a box that large, it's just that? Why is it when I create an area? How does this work? Oh, it's so very weird. Brush size? Let's increase the brush size and see what happens. Nope. You want to change the angle, of course. I have no concept of how this works. I don't understand. Always create. Like, are you carving out an area where rain shouldn't be? Is that what you're doing with this? Problem is, I don't really have one of those. No way. What are you saying, Ihara? Okay, interesting. It likes to go along the lines. I don't know how I harness that. Oh, man. Okay, that's something. It's a little bit better. make it a color dodge layer. Or glow dodge, maybe? It's good to have some red rain in there. And I will make another... Well, I don't need to do that. Make another layer. Oh shit, with a brighter color. And then I will actually just go in here with the glow dodge and just start hitting it, you know? It's the only way I know how to make rain that looks okay. Okay. There's really only one other thing I want to try doing. So I want to put a hard light layer, I think, in the back. That's fine, I can deselect what I need to deselect. Probably not super important. Okay, I got all that. This gotta go over the overlay, perhaps? What does this gotta go on top of? Yeesh.
Yeah.
How about a glow dodge? No. Color dodge. Probably not. It ain't doing what I want it to do. Normal. Okay, weird. Overlay. I guess overlay and then like a color dodge or something. That's my best bet. Come on! Work with me here! Guess it's just taking all of the colors underneath too when it's applying the color dodge, so I'm in a pickle. You know? I think that's my layer that does nothing. Oh, you know, there are a lot of layers on top of this. But I think it's just the fog. Well, I guess that's a normal layer is my problem. Yeah. So if I take this and I make it like an overlay, everything goes to hell, right? If I make it a hard light, not quite so much. That's something to consider, unfortunately. I could just keep it normal and then decrease it a little bit. With the basically the same effect. So let's go hard light and then I'll add more to it, I think. What the fuck? Specifically down here. Work, damn it! Okay. I guess the question is, does this drawing work better without this pop of color in the background. My brain tells me this is too much. Let's scale it back a little bit. I don't know. I'll be back in 30 seconds. Wow. I think I'm gonna go through and smudge some of this. I said, I think I'm gonna go through and smudge some of this. Okay, there we go. Actually kind of yucky for some reason. Whatever. That's fine. I do like that bit of detail, so I'll keep that. Anywhere I'm just doing plain old hash marks, though, probably I can stand to smudge it. Whatever, we'll go with that. I'm gonna put in a glow dodge, I guess, above the mist, foreground mist. Glow dodge! Oh my god! MFW glow dodge mentioned. Well, this is fucking atrocious. I think we need an accompanying normal layer below. Something I think is probably true is that this character is at least very heavily based on, if not the artistic embodiment of the Elden Ring player character I beat the DLC with. So that's a fun fact. You can tell because that's definitely Milady. This is the what's the name of that place in the mountains? Zamar Ruins. This is the Zamar chess piece. These are, I think, the astrologer trousers. I phoned in the gauntlets. I don't know what those are. Why is my music not playing? You piece of shit. It's working on it. Oh my god, what did I just do? Yeah, and then my character had a braid hairstyle and no helmet at the end. So that's what this is. And when I say my character at the end of the DLC, I mean the build that I specifically the build that I beat Radon with. Not what I was running around the DLC with for the most part. I think that's an important distinction for some reason. I have an overlay that is imparting too much value or lack of value on this. This is coming entirely from where is it coming from? Did I not? I don't know. Yeah, this should probably be imparting some pretty heavy value here. Why isn't it doing that? I see. I see. Do not need all of this going on. For sure. But also, I need to get this figured out. Okay. Is it that? Is it that layer? It is. Wow. We found it. As long as it's standing out, we're happy. Guess that's the right move. This is a little bit of a funkier looking lighting situation that I thought I was going to have, but I think it's fine. Let's get a droplet spray going on. Too much. Particles are too big. Why are they not showing up down here? Because I have a selection. What a silly goddamn idiot. Guess we're putting that on a screen layer. The brown, I feel like, is too earthen, you know? What if I did less brown? Need a more alien brown. What does that mean? Like bronze, like the Vex? Oh, less earthen, I see. That's good. Pretty good. But I think I just needed to be cool instead of brown. Just don't know where exactly I want it to sit. That looks a little bit more menacing, I think. It's like, damn, what's he gonna do, you know? What does this mean for me? These are the sort of thoughts I want people to be having as they imagine self-inserting as this character. Okay. We've taken some color out of this machine. What do you say we hit it with an overlay and call it good? Do I have a selection? I do. Good to watch your art as always, Mr. Rabbit. Unfortunately, I got to go to bed. Have a good night. Thank you for tuning in, Tony. We'll make sure to send you the meeting minutes so you are apprised of any decisions that are made. Also, thanks for the sub, Matrix. I don't have any stream alerts or anything, so I've just been made aware of this. You're just telling me now for the first time. Reverse, reverse. Reverse, reverse. Here's what it looks like, you know, just with the rendering I've done. Here's what it looks like with the overlay slapped on top. So, somewhere in here is our finished piece. That seems fine. Okay. I think it's valuable to keep both the subjects in focus for this one. Not just because I think I'm telling a story here, but also because I have no concept of how I would separate the robot from the rest of the drawing at this point to blur it out, so I'm not going to do it. God, what would it look like though? I mean, fuck. I just do this and yeah, the real problem here is that you know what? You know what? Actually, if I can somehow get everything else. Like, let's say we just want to blur everything in the background. I mean, fuck it. Fuck it, as they say. What if I do this? I set tolerance to 0, just fuck you. Let's set tolerance to 7.3 arbitrarily. Fuck you. A little bit higher. Fuck you. Alright. Let's just try and get a good trimming here. I guess I have the power of the masking tool, so this is all a little bit unnecessary, but we're doing what we can. Fighting the good fight out here. We want to take probably all of this. And then reverse it. And then copy paste. Right? Good. Deselect. Don't erase any of it because I might still need that. Merge. Fit that piece on top. You can control how much we're blurring it with the transparency. I think it does look a little bit jank when you do that though. Because you've got two images showing through. So we keep it at a high transparency and then maybe just put a mask on it. For areas, I want it to be more in focus. Okay. We're calling it good. Duplicate. Merge. Duplicate, duplicate. Level correct. I have a tough go at deciding where I want the blue to be. Yeah, I like 95 as per usual. Okay. Now we dupe all of those. Make all these invisible. Drag that something crazy. Something fierce, you might even say. And we'll go that way because I don't want to lose the butt end of this thing. Merge. Good, good. Merge. Mask. Wrong layer to mask, actually. Here we go. Okay. Overlay. Heard the noise. Now I guess I just have to crop it. Change canvas size. Time for me to pass out as well. Got to work in a little while. Well, shit, so do I. Take care. Thanks for tuning in. Oh, my God. And perhaps I'll see you again soon. Suppose we could do the side-by-side here. Before and after. Nobody look. Nobody look. Actually, I want to copy this. I guess I gotta slap that on top. This is before, this is after, right? Clearly there's been an improvement in value differences, I guess. Probably an improvement in atmosphere. And in foreground detail. And in the reflections, I think. As well as the separation between the planes, because I got some atmospherics going on. The background really was never very important, so losing that detail is fine. And we have the added benefit of some moody sort of sunrise lighting or sunset. Also got the glowing eye, which was not present before. But overall gives, I think, a much better impression of scale. So I think before it was like, I mean, I was drawing it really far out, but not with all the lack of atmospherics in the way. Right? Wasn't necessarily as clear how large of a thing we were working with. Or maybe now that you don't have the mountains for scale quite as much, it looks smaller? I don't know. Here's what so it looks more believably big, perhaps, in my new drawing. Whereas before it looked kind of cartoonishly big. You know? Much better separation for the main character and the other subject of the drawing. So that's good. I think that means we've done good. Way to go, team. Oh, hi, Corey. Welcome to the stream. You got the delayed comm yesterday? Awesome. So happy to hear that. But for fuck's sake, my parents can't understand anything about my story of a complicated family story. They can't understand anything? Goodness. Man, this is probably something I'll look at later and either go like, oh, this is not so good, or I'll be like, ah, this is really fucking good. No, so not so good maybe in the sense that like my expectations were higher. I think at worst I'll look at this and go, oh, it's pretty average, it's pretty whatever. I don't know. They legit don't get it. That sucks, Corey. What do you think of my art? I'm going to be forced to save up in order to purchase a new phone. So I'm upset that I might not be able to buy more comms from artists. Yeah, phones used to be something you needed to buy more often. Well, it seemed like you needed to buy more often. But they don't really improve them much anymore. I've got kind of a crappy phone. Well, I mean crappy in the sense that it wasn't top of the line when I bought it, I guess, but it's fine. Your art has been great. What about what about this one? This one? one that's on the screen, the one that I did just now. But thank you. This is the before and after. This was an Inktober drawing. And now it's now I colored it in. I really don't want to buy phones because they're costly. Yeah, I usually buy a phone that's like a couple years out of date because they're cheaper by a lot and they work just fine. You know. I like the hulking mecha you drew. Yeah, I think it's kind of nice and creepy looking. I think having art is better than having phones. That is a stand. That is a principled position. Should probably save this. It's 0413. Oh my god. This is a warm-up. I guess I could export this drawing that I just did. I do need an alternate name for it though. Bulk. Maybe. Art block is real. Art block is a bitch. The wheel has been very mean to me lately. It really has. It's been really obnoxious. They just be hating on me for liking Precure and OCs. I know, it's like, please stop. I've had too many. Can't draw water this well, I swear to God. Like this? Well, thank you. The secret is water isn't really anything. And it only is the reflections. Water's just the reflections. It is other things too. If you drew it really well, you'd also draw the stuff under it. A tip that I got from Deca, who is on hiatus right now, is that water, when drawn in shadow, is whatever is underneath the surface of the water. And when it's lit by something, it is a reflection. So you're either reflections or you're seeing to the bottom of it. So do with that information what you will. Did I actually export this? I did. Let's do a time lapse because I probably deserve one of those. This is a sort of portfolio drawing, though. Whenever I do any sort of drawing at length these days, it tends to be more portfolio focused rather than like cute character. I wish I could get into that again. But I guess, you know, it's nice that my compositions are getting better. Do you have any idea that kinship adoption exists? I.e., uncles, aunts can adopt nephews and nieces as their adoptive kids. I mean, I suppose I knew that was possible. I don't know how common it is, though. I don't need more than 15 seconds for this time lapse. I'm just coloring a drawing in. Apparently my parents don't get that. I really want to let you draw Sparkles one day. She's been one of my fave OCs. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. You know, one way or another. Okay. So this is one, I'm not going to work on this right now, but I think I'm calling this Arbalest. Main challenges right now are I don't really have a concept for what's my thesis statement with this drawing. 2, I need to draw this Arbalest. 3, I gotta draw an entire fucking Cosmodrome back here, you know? Who's gonna do that? Is it supposed to be me? I like the colors, though. I think the colors are pretty banging. Gonna drop off at the moment since I'm looking through what is that? What does that mean? I mean, fare thee well and all that, but I don't know what that means. Alright. I suppose I can try and make a little progress on Mua. And a rep sheet does exist for Mua. Is this on your Twitter, by the way, Ihara? If it is, it was a while ago, I think. There are cookies here. Poggers. Somewhere, yeah. Also pin on one of the Discord channels. Oh, okay. Let's bring that up. There's a lot of channels, man. I have to imagine it's under some sort of, in the Ihara's stuff. Ihara's OC art? Ihara's art, okay. Yay! Okay, what is even happening here? I had a reference before, I don't know where it is now. No, it doesn't have the pupil. It's just those shapes. Good, good, good. That's an older rep, lol. Let me post the new one for LTD. Okay. Okay. It's you. It's us. Updated design. Okay. Perfect. Genuinely a very good rig, by the way. Especially for it being a first time a pseudo first time rig. First, you know, publishable type of project, you know? There was talk of how it was unironically better than like Gura's 1.0. You know, at least in terms of those the range of motion of the face and whatnot. Thank you, thank you. You're welcome. And I've done one of these before. Very slapdash. You know, just figuring out how Live 2D works type of project. And I put probably like 30 hours or more into a pretty abhorrent final product. But I was pretty, you know, happy about it because I'm like, wow, look what I did. I made this thing move, and it responds to my facial expressions and stuff. And then I never did it again. But it does. I think I do get a sense for how difficult that must have been, or how time consuming at least. There's a reason people are making thousands of dollars rigging stuff for people. L2D has evolved since then, and so have the tutorials. Yeah, when I was doing L2D, there was like nothing. There was like a couple of like super niche, like not very well known indie people being like, here's how I do LTD, and like, okay. And then L2D had their own built-in tutorial things or whatever. It's like, here's how you like use the parameters to like move a box around. I'm like, okay, thanks. They also had the built-in models where you could sort of study how those were done, and they were sort of okay. Iron Vertex at the time was like not as well known, and was like I think the guy who was running Iron Vertex had a tutorial series that was unfinished. It's like, okay, great, help me out here. I need more. And of course now, like, they're the top of the line. They're like the rigging cartel. You want a model rigged while you go through Iron Vertex now. But yeah, I haven't looked into it in probably 4 or 5 years. L2D is actually manual labor, not a joke. Yeah, it is, because it's like, okay, let's do, you know, I gotta set a parameter for, you know, this extreme for every single one of these fucking meshes. Deformers, I guess is what they are. I feel like those earlier tutorials leave a lot up to you to experiment. That's a very charitable way of saying that they don't tell you shit. But I did learn how to use the physics system. I didn't have a complicated rig for like mouth movements, but I did have the mouth move. I even had a breathing animation. It's crazy. And I had buttons to change facial expressions, but it wasn't super complicated. It was basically like, oh no, face rig actually doesn't pick up on eyebrow movements or whatever. I was using either face rig or it was PRPR live. Pero, I guess. And one of them I could use the express keys for, and the other one I couldn't. And one of them was good at picking up eyebrows, and the other one just couldn't. I don't know what the facial capture software choice is at this point, even. Because I had had a moment of clarity, or it's like, this whole VTuber thing, this was in 2020, is gonna take off, and people are gonna want folks who can draw for VTubing and people who can rig, and that's gonna be a big market. And I should probably try and position myself for that market. And then I tried it, and I was like, this is fucking awful. And stopped trying, and it became a big market. Just like I thought it would. So, you know. I think it's VTube Studio and Nizama Live. I've heard of VTube Studio. I haven't heard of the other one. It's mostly JP though. Okay. Big oof, I know. I capitulated entirely on my like retirement plan. I think there's probably always going to be demand though for like not the best of the best rigging because it's really expensive. Like I think that's something to take heart in if it were something I was interested in picking up at some point. Or if you were interested in picking it up at some point, is something that you offered as a service. Is it that like top of the line models are like $10,000+ to rig? Which is absurd. Which means that like not top of the line models can afford to charge pretty decent money. It's just if you can find a way to do the work quickly. You know? Mua doesn't wear a belt. God, my brain was like, she needs a belt. She needs a belt. Like 90% of my characters wear belts. LTD is so much goddamn clicking. It's too much. Too many clicks. I can be sure my hand won't break. Well, there's no pain, no gain, you know? When you're chilling in Cancun off of the earnings, you're not going to need that hand anymore. You'll get a robot hand. Not about to give myself irreversible nerve damage. Your heart's not in it then. Exactly how much do you think I'm going to make rigging low tier L2D models? The market's going to explode, man. They're going to... Everybody's going to want it. They are not going to flock to some sort of AI rigged model or pre-made prefab models. That's not going to happen. They're going to want the handmade touch of a low tier L2D model. Must resist the urge. The market is already there. Actually, you know what's wild? I don't know if you've heard of V-Dere, but a couple of months ago they debuted 3 new VTubers. Okay. I think I've heard that name before. What were they, AI-produced VTuber models? AI-rigged? Is the world ending? One of them is this adorable JP girl learning English, but her model is so visibly jank, I'm surprised they even approved it. No, all human, just cut corners somewhere, I assume. Yeah, it's because of the money, man. That jank model probably costs hundreds of dollars. And so many people are wanting to get... Because, like, so many people want to stream. Like, it's an oversaturated market. And lots of people are, like, VTubing is a niche, perhaps. And maybe it is. I don't know. That's a harder argument to make these days. And it's also a lower barrier to entry in terms of like people who don't want to show their face. So there's some appeal there. People are just looking to get into the market. And it makes one think that perhaps there's a VTubing bubble. But I don't know where the I don't know when that bursts. If I recall correctly, Bidere is also owned and managed by one of the talents. So I don't know if it's like she paid for everything out of pocket or what, because I don't know how else they'd let it slide. I don't know. There's lots of small business agencies out there. I follow Arashi Nebula, who is a VTuber for a VTubing agency, so-called, which has two talents, called Hoshizora. And like, I don't know, she gets a couple of dozen viewers. She used to be kind of big on TikTok, but she was a, you know, just a person there. And there's a lot of cases like that. Anyway, I drew some art of her after she debuted. And it was like, because she did not have very many viewers, like hands down the best art anybody had done. Like, better than like the, you know, original art, probably. And I mean, who's counting, but... got into some thumbnails, you know? So that's fun. That would never happen for anybody, you know, of a popularity tier above that. She's mega cute though, so I think her appeal makes up the difference. Well, I guess you're, you know, some people over-index on the aesthetics, right? Of the like the model, you know, when it's actually about the streamer, right? So maybe they're just playing the game. They're doing the economics. Hell yeah, self-plays. I'm just saying. I don't know if it's still the case that it's probably not still the case that it's the best art anyone has drawn of Bula-chan. So I'll probably need to go back and reassert my dominance at some point. But she's in an ID time zone, so I'm very rarely able to actually watch any of her streams. What am I doing? I'm adding hair strand details that I'm like, yeah, this is how you would draw a character. It's just a come on. $11:07. We can finish that bottle of old fashioned. Who's gonna stop us? Almost forgot about the caller. I suppose the rest of the face is probably important too. But you know how it is. hitting that pose. I think so, yeah. I think that's the idea. Music has abandoned me. It'll get there. It'll figure itself out. Not sure we can rely on our pre-configs. Well, let's go ahead and throw in some flats here. Wow, we're still young. I think that's all of the skin. Crazy. It's probably a neck here I need to draw, but just for another time. We'll probably clean up the edges later. Cute. Thank you. Alright, I mean, there's a start. Probably turn it in for the night. Ah! On account of work and such. But yeah, more or less productive stream. We did a warm-up drawing. We finished Grungy. It's publishable at this point. And we got a real good continuation on the Mua drawing. Nice work. Thank you very much. And thank you. You're very welcome. I'm gonna refine this. It's gonna look better at some point when I actually have time. But in the meantime, it was good to force myself to draw something. Hope I get, some more motivation to do that this week. Maybe try and actually finish some stuff. But yeah, until then, I will... What is next week? The 20th? I think everything's... Well, it'll probably be Friday. So it would be the 18th, perhaps, when my next stream is. And we'll see whether it's Dark Souls, whether it's art. Lots of whips going on. So with that all done, I'll see you. I'll see you next week. I got 2 subs. Cool. I think they both came from your stream, so thank you very much. Yeah, okay. We can consider the all-hands meeting dismissed. I think we made some progress in figuring out what the root cause of the problem was. We can shuffle our etch-a-sketches of our Ishikawa diagrams. They're no longer needed. See you next week for our regularly scheduled team meeting. And hope you all have a wonderful evening, afternoon, or whatever it be. Farewell. Bye-bye.